Hi, everyone, and welcome to the stream. Yes, as you can see, well, as you will see soon, I am playing Dungeons 3. It is a real time strategy game involving a lot of resource management and plenty, plenty of minion management as well. It is. It's actually one of my favorite genres out there when it comes to games in general. Real time strategies. My first ever I can remember is Dungeon Keeper. And from there, it went from Age of Empires, and then it went to like Red Alert, then a Emperor Battle for Dune, or and so many others like that. It's a game genre that I won't say that I'm the best at or that good, but I enjoy it. I love it. It is absolutely it's it's my go-to method, go-to game genre. Yes, Satisfactory has been an obsession as of late, but I mean it's not like RTS where RTS you could spend hours if you wanted. I mean, so can uh, Satisfactory, but then Satisfactory you get sick of it eventually. With this, I don't think I can. So while we are let well, as you can see, map is just going all over the place. Let us be, uh, Let us begin this stream with a good word from John 3:17, and it reads, "For God did not send His Son into the world to condemn the world, but to save the world through Him." Now, good a little bit of context about that is that uh, people obviously see Christians as being Bible pushers, and that's understandable. But we're trying to mimic the behavior that was Jesus Christ himself. And if you call it Bible pushing, then my friend, Bible pushing is when someone will want to tell you the good word, and then when you deny it, they'll throw the Bible at you. That kind of person is a Bible pusher. And you know that they relentlessly will try to push their faith onto you no matter what your beliefs are. Whereas Jesus, he preached uh and he made it known that he's always open to receive people's hands. He is open to receive you and your sins and forgive you for them. A lot of people thought that Jesus came to condemn the world because because the way he spoke to the Pharisees, and everybody thought that the Pharisees were the most holy people around that time, and therefore was seen as a rebel. And it was actually said, and I actually watched a few clips of that series. I don't, let me. I, it foretells the life of Jesus and his disciples. I believe it's called the Covenant, or maybe it's called something else. Let me see. The Chosen. That's what it's called. Yes. Um, and one thing that the actor said is that Jesus came to start a revolution, but not a revolt. Now, how do you start a revolution without revolting? Well, it's soon. Well, it's simple. He was not targeting the this world. and its order in the fashion that we think. You know, he wasn't. He was targeting sin itself. Sin had become so mainstream, so so part of the norm that it was basically this world's order, so to say. And this is what he wanted us to remember is to go against this world and its evil ways will make you an unpopular person. People will hate you. They will slander you. They will persecute you. They will even hurt you. But that's in extreme circumstances. However, through the Lord Jesus, we are saved. And how is that possible? Well, think of it this way. This body that you currently inhabit is temporary, as is everything else in this world. But your soul is eternal. And tell me, would you rather spend a measly 50 to 70 or maybe even 80 years on this earth, um, fulfilling every single little bit of vice you can for the physical glory in all its shallowness? Or would you rather suffer for a little bit in this world with all that this world has to offer, and then receive eternal peace and joy? Eternal compared to 80 plus years or something on earth makes it look small, doesn't it? But overall, if you want to be saved as a believer, as a child of God, look no further than Jesus. Believe that he came here to save us all, and thus believe in him as the Savior, and you shall be saved. But of course, read the good book and try to correct your ways as well. I mean, yeah, he forgave our sins and all, but it kind of defeats the purpose if you continue sinning, right? Of course, this is myself included. I'm not perfect. I will make that straight right now, friends. I'm not perfect. I'm still struggling with a few things. But with that being said, just overall, turn to Jesus, for he's the one who can save us. And he has. We just need to believe it. Amen. Now, to get my character back into position. No, not too far away. Well, there we go. That's perfect. Now, oh yeah, you guys want sound. That should be enough, yeah? Yeah, that should be enough. Let us begin with Once Upon a Time.
Kamikaze sheep. It was time to attack the good fairy's fortress. Once upon a time.
Here we go. What I enjoy about this game the most is the
Once
dark
upon
humor.
a time, there was a DLC buying evil. It just couldn't get enough of the dungeon story and was eager for more evil adventures. And now, the fabulous evil had entered the world of fairy tales. home of a creature whose overwhelming kindness curls the very toenails of any normal narrator. The Good Fairy.
Aloha, my little heroes. I'm the Good Fairy. What can I do for you, my little dumplings?
That guy over there dedicated himself to evil.
Oh, that's really not very nice of you, sweetheart. I'm afraid that calls for a teeny-weeny, itsy-bitsy punishment. I could turn you into a talking candlestick. Wait a minute. I just lent that spell out. Well, I guess we'll go with a classic then. Say quack, my dear.
Yuck! See what I mean? She's always nice, even to evil creatures. Disgusting! Nevertheless, or especially for that reason, this character needed to be executed, killed, murdered, cut into pieces.
All right, we get it already. Find the good fairy, attack, kill. We're experts at that. I'll beat her up, cut her to pieces, and tie her shoelaces together.
So evil.
Yeah, sure, okay. Anyway, the good fairy was a disgustingly good abomination. To top it all off, her potions were extremely popular throughout Fairyland and strengthened heroes near and far.
These potions were made in potion factories, and from there delivered to the three little pigs. I mean, the three little witch houses. I mean, the hero houses. The factories were extremely well guarded, so it was easier for the big bad wolf playing evil to just destroy the the heroes' houses.
Right, got it. Destroy and annihilate. Coming right up. Is my good side also supposed to play a role in this DLC? I could...
No more of this dissociative identity disorder thing.
All right then.
All right then, let's begin. We're obviously going to need a bigger coffers for the amount of gold you have. You know, I keep on forgetting who's narrating narrator. Yeah, it takes me back actually to when all I did play was Dungeon Keeper, mostly because we had a computer at the time that we all shared, and that it was the only one available at the time. And it was still one of those old Windows XP ones, you know. Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, will take a while to remember where everything is. So Comic-Con has officially begun, and it began early this morning, around 9 o'clock, and it ended just an hour ago. But that's just for today. We'll be ready and everything again for tomorrow, and then the next day I get to go myself. I am looking forward to it. However, there is the whole thing about crowds. I mean, who likes the crowds? Okay, workshop, yes. apparently I only have... What's her name? Taylor. Thaler. From what I understand, I think Daddy Pig from Peppa Pig, he's the original voice actor the for Dungeon Keep. And that's weird, and that is so weird. I mean, Daddy
It's
Pig,
payday.
Daddy Pig being all proper and gentleman-like and real father figure material, and all of a sudden you realize, hey, he's the one that kept on saying if you were a real Dungeon Keeper, you would have won by now. Such criticism. If only Peppa knew her father's past. But I like this one as well because they are more comical. It's more Monty Python style, and it's actually kind of crazy how near they are towards that kind of humor. All we're now just waiting for is, I don't know.
Oh, do I hear pitter-patter coming from underground? Well, that doesn't sound much like happy hi-ho dwarfs to me, but rather like nasty evil creatures. But I'm certain I didn't invite them to tea. Away you go, my sweets, please. Have a look.
The good fairy had sensed the boring, loudly through bedrock evil's presence. Then again, it wasn't that difficult if you use your ears for something other than earwax bunkers. Soon, heroes would descend into the underground.
I'm sorry to have to leave you for a while, my little sugar bunnies. I'm afraid they need me back home to test a new elixir. An elixir that will make you even stronger, my ducks. Toodles, until later.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
Where? Ah, here we go. It has been a while since I've played, so I'm probably gonna get a good thrashing before I get my act together. That or Talia is stronger than she lets on. Yeah, she is. Damn. She's only level 1 still. Yeah, things are getting crazy and satisfactory. When I say crazy, I mean incredibly demanding. Well, we are going to be feeding a lot of monsters, so... Well, better yet, let's make a smaller room for food. The chicken. Small, but it will be enough. What we need keep them well fed, but we don't need a lot. Just one more tile each side.
A potion delivery left one of the factories on its way to the heroes. Of course, the caught completely by surprise evil would intercept it and destroy every single potion.
Wouldn't it make more sense to give the potions to our creatures?
Talia, you've been around for a while now, and you know how these things work. Do the forces of evil always destroy everything, or not?
Yeah, but
He's got a point. Since the launch of Satisfactory 1.0, there's been like a lot of people that are showing tips on how to build an efficient factory here, how to be more efficient, especially when it comes to fluids.
Payday.
Like if you have problems with water not filling up your pipes and everything, then you create a water tower. Let pressure and gravity do the work for you. That's an awfully big vein.
The pathetic evil had failed, and a potion delivery reached the heroes. Strengthened like a sailor who had eaten his spinach, they immediately set off on their way to thrash Brutus. I mean, to thrash evil.
Like the charms he gives us. So Talia, we have
take me to the enemy!
we have intruders.
Oh, hey!
Deal with them, please.
No!
I guess they're too strong.
I'll be back.
And now they're pummeling my dungeon parts. Should have enough. No. Wrong place. Yes. Well, the dungeon alt can take a pounding.
Defend the dungeon heart.
Then again, I did put it on kind of hellish mode, so who knows how long that will last.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Okay, looks like I did it. I did put it on hard. So if I die here, then it's completely my fault.
Your dungeon heart is under attack.
Yeah, look at that. Come on.
Death is not the end.
Can we please stop letting Talia die all the time? I mean,
Yeah,
it's not that hard
I
to
messed up
resurrect her,
completely.
but blow drying her hair until it's just right sends the electricity bill through the roof. Shut up, silly dead evil. The foolish evil hadn't...
Let's restart.
Once upon a time, there was a DLC buying evil.
You yawn. Right. Let's do it properly this time. Yeah, actually, this spot was going to become part of the upgraded coffers or treasury, whatever. Coffer sounds a bit rough to the throat to say. Right. Let us.
I am even stronger.
More monsters. Hmm. You know what? I'm gonna be honest with you folks for a split sweet second. I am overweight. In real life, I'm an overweight boy. I don't know. I'm not entirely sure how it happened and why it happened, but it did happen. At one point I was a string bean for a kid. And then when I entered teenagehood, all of a sudden I gained all this weight, and ever since then it's been such a mission to get rid of. I've been to gyms and I've gone on many diets, done so much to get rid of it, but I may not be completely certain, but I am quite certain that the culprit is antidepressants, hence why I stopped taking them several months ago. Since then, it's been an absolute mission to control my impulses and my emotions in general. It's just been kind of difficult, but I feel that I'm doing better, all things considered. But of course, it doesn't help when people that you call your family tend to nearly screw you at every turn of your attempts to try and fix it. Now, I'm not family bashing here. Let's make this very clear. I'm not family bashing. It's just a clear observation from my side. That
Oh, do
I
hear
have
pitter-patter coming from underground? But that doesn't
I've
sound
tried
much
numerous
like
things,
hi-ho,
and
hi-ho dwarfs to
there's been
me, but
points
rather like nasty
where
evil creatures.
let's just
But
finish
I'm
for it. Just
certain
stop
I didn't
speaking.
invite them to tea. Away you go, my sweets, please. Have a look.
The good fairy had sensed the boring loudly through bedrock evil's presence. Then again, it wasn't that difficult if you use your ears for something other than earwax bunkers. Soon, heroes would descend into the underground.
I'm sorry to have to leave you for a while, my little sugar bunnies. I'm afraid they need me back home to test a new elixir. An elixir that will make you even stronger, my ducks. Doodles, until later.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
In the end, anyway, as I was saying,
Payday.
and that nearly at every point when I was making a breakthrough on
Death to the heroes!
my
Ow!
weight loss journeys, they come and they thwart it with, I don't know, they thwart my efforts by either commenting that I'm going in the wrong direction. I mean, what do they know? I've never seen them pick up a single weightlifting bar, and I wouldn't put it past them to not even try once. Not to mention we eat a variety of foods, right? But we eat in excess, and that's the problem. And they call what I'm saying as an excuse. Sure. Like I said, this is not family bashing, it's true. Alright? I just feel that no matter what I try in this house, it's ultimately pointless because, well, I don't necessarily have space for weights to go for weightlifting set, like as a bench, a bar, and some dumbbells and some weights. I don't exactly have any place to put them. Not even in my room. My room is cramped enough as it is, and I tried to do weightlifting in my room, but it's so cramped in here as it
A
is.
potion delivery left one of the factories on its way to the heroes. Of course, the caught completely by surprise evil would intercept it and destroy every single potion.
It's just
Wouldn't it make more sense to give the potions to our creatures?
Talia, you've been around for a while now, and you know how these things work. Do the forces of evil always destroy everything, or not?
Yeah, but
all in all, there's no space in this house anymore. There was a space for it to begin with, but because people have midlife crisis every 2 to 3 months or something, they decide that they want something different done to that room. They want something different done to that hallway. But they made it very clear it's not. It's this house that we're living in. Not exactly the most spacious house compared to our last one. The last one we lived in was actually quite big. It was a house that was originally supposed to be an office building. Well, only only one level, but it was so big that it was being used as a like office building, and it was for bookkeeping mostly. But when we moved in at that time, it became a real house, and wow, we had lots of space. If I so choose, I had like about 3 different rooms I could pick besides the one I was in at the time. But yeah, compared to that house was a palace. So, of course. So compared to that, of course, things are more cramped.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
Oh, here we go.
The failing evil had allowed a potion delivery to get through. A number of potion-bolstered heroes immediately set out for the dungeon.
But I'll tell you what the real issue is, friends. It's that there are 2 adults in this house that were once teens and once um, welcomed in this house, but no longer are because they're adults and they basically are mooching off their family. So, yeah. I'm sure every parent cannot wait until their child buggers off, you know? Only to later say, why don't you ever give us a call? Why don't you ever give us a text or something? Blah blah blah, that whole thing. Sorry if I seem salty tonight. Mostly because I was heavily reminded that I've gained weight, and I know that I have gained
There are
weight.
enemies in your dungeon.
It's not lost on me. But I am taking steps to improve upon that. Every day I'm doing plenty of stretches, and I'm gonna be doing basic like body weight exercises that will lead to advanced calisthenics if I stay the course. Just do it 3 times a week with the body weight exercises, and just carry on from there. I'm even gonna incorporate going out for a walk. because one, it will clear my head. Two, I can actually get out the house a little bit. And three, yeah, it will be good for my health in general. I mean, I already suffer enough with self-image issues, and to be reminded that, hey, dude, you gotten a little fat, you know, and then all of a sudden, I'm the bad guy for getting a little upset about it. Thing is, it took me a while to get used to the stream thing, you know. Because I knew if I started streaming, I would be like heavily confined to basically sitting down for a good amount of hours. And because now I have grown used to streaming after 2 months, I can now move towards balancing it out with exercise. And that's what I'm gonna do. And you know what? It's actually been a kind of an obstacle in my life. That, hey, dude, you cannot do a single push-up. Of course I cannot. I never sought to try it and master that. But now I'm going to. In fact, when it comes to bodyweight exercises, I'm gonna be on it. They're gonna enter the dungeon again.
There are enemies in your dungeon. Yet another potion delivery was on its way to the potion-addicted heroes.
Huh.
Payday.
But you know, I'm gonna actually use this time now to just do my workouts and everything in silence. You know what I mean? I'm gonna do it all in silence. I'm not gonna let them know at all about my progress or my weight progress and all that. I'm just gonna do it in silence. Let's get this. Most of the time, when okay, this may be a bit spiritual in the sense that, yeah, it's probably their fault that everything didn't go your way, or you just didn't commit. It's this kind of thing. The idea that there are monitoring spirits, so to speak. Monitoring spirits which are determined to make sure that you do not fulfill any grand destiny of yours by intentionally sabotaging. And they do this by many means, by like manipulating. Yeah, it's it's in a sense of a spiritual nature, but tell me, haven't you ever tried to like maybe tell everybody what you are doing just so that you can let everyone know, hey, I'm
Oh, yes. Maybe it was a wise idea for the fairy tale reading evil to seek out that transformed hero who wanted to join the forces of evil. Maybe there was a way to restore him to his original shape.
maybe, but not really interested yet. Anyway, as I was saying, didn't you ever find it weird, or has it ever happened to you where you are like
Ouch!
your plans don't come true, especially ones that you want to put all your hard work into.
The wretched evil had failed once again. Potions got through to the heroes and
Ugh,
swelled their
brother.
fighting power to over 9,000. So strengthened, they set off for the dungeon.
Yeah. Anyway, you do your best to try and do this task or this mission of yours, or just like a project even, and then all of a sudden it just it just falls apart even though you tried your hardest, or it just doesn't happen. And you like tried your very best, you tried to make it work, you put a lot of effort and everything, but it just doesn't
Enemies
work.
have entered the dungeon.
And there's really no explanation other than tough luck, kid. And you're like, really? Tough luck? No. It has to be something more than that. And I've come to the conclusion that that's probably the case. It is monitoring spirits.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Beings who are of a malicious nature that just want to screw up your plans. And why? Because they want you to conform to the ways of dishonest means of getting what you want, if you catch my drift. Because when a person tries their very hardest and then they fail time and time again, and they suddenly ask themselves, what's the point of doing this the right way? Why not just go do it like how everyone else is doing it? Like, for example, fitness-wise.
Death cannot
People are
stop
going to be
me.
taking steroids or going for radical fat loss methods and such like that. They're gonna... Oh, I already have one of these. Never mind. How do I cancel? Yeah, let's just demolish. Return the gold. Of course, some people are gonna tell me, nah, man, that's just biblical nonsense. I'm like, biblical, but it does make sense if you think about it. How your every effort to try and
It's
do something.
payday.
Your every bit of effort that you put into to try and do something that you are passionate about or that you want to get involved in, and then all of a sudden it's gone up in smoke, and you have absolutely no clue other than it's just tough luck. Some call it silly, some call it superstitious bullcrap. Dude, it just, I don't know, hey, we're all trying to make sense of what goes on in this world, so I don't know what to tell you. Wasn't there a means to generate evil or something? Like how you generate evil? Oh, I remember now, yeah. I remember what needs to be done.
Ooh! Good will fall.
We must try and take over these spots over here. Only then will we gain evil per minute. When I do reach Model 2.0, I will give him like um, a villain side, you know? Like I'll make a secondary model that will have one made, or whichever, that will explore like the villainous side of Zone if he was in an alternate universe.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
Good lord. Okay.
A potion delivery could hardly wait to be attacked by the highway robbing evil.
Ouch! Ouch!
Alright.
And once again, Talia bought the farm.
I guess this can be the Arcanum. So, every time, I'm sure everybody who's ever been in like one of those motivation videos on YouTube, where they say, if you are going to do something that you really, really want, something that is of a passion, something that is of a secret project, or anything of the kind that where you are going to be using your own strengths, tell no one. Don't say a word, just do it. Don't announce to the world that you're going to reach 900,000 viewers in like 4 months. Just do it. Just do whatever you can to make it happen. Not that that's really my goal, but it would be awesome.
The pathetic evil had failed, and a potion delivery reached the heroes. Strengthened like a sailor who had eaten his spinach, they immediately set off on their way to thrash Brutus. I mean, to thrash evil.
That makes sense. If you tell no one, then there's also like no pressure on you to follow through with the.
Not the end.
To follow, no pressure to follow through to an expected result that people are obviously not going to be thrilled about because hey, they would have done it differently.
It's payday. There are enemies in your dungeon.
Yeah, whatever mode I put this on.
Ouch! Ow!
And you know, before I started streaming, friends, I was
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
really again.
Death to all that is good.
Yeah. I had no confidence in myself, and I had like zero ambition for anything because one, it was met with criticism, and that the comparison that everybody else is doing it. What makes you think you're going to succeed? Yeah, what kind of pep talk is that? If it was to do reverse psychology on me, my friend, don't think about doing reverse psychology on me. Normal psychology is enough for someone like me. But I could barely ache about it all I want, but in the end, I'm the one who is really in my way, nobody else. People could say all sorts of things to me that would either dissuade me, make me like question my abilities or my potential. But in the end, who is the one that would say, yes, you're right, therefore why must I even bother? Who is the one that was agreeing with them? Myself. Therefore, I'm the one at fault. I recognize that much. So, I guess you could say I'm on a journey to try and recalibrate my entire mind set to the fact that I don't know if I can, I will give it a try regardless of the outcome, because then I at least learn something. And another problem with me as well, if I can just bring it up to bring it to everyone's attention, is the fact that I kind of want to witness my own achievements through. Yes, it is. Oh yes, it has been like, a whole case that I would like to
A
be
potion delivery could hardly wait to be attacked by
I
the
would also
highway
like to
robbing
be there
evil.
when I achieve something, or be conscious of the progress, But not in the sense that is normal. The kind of sense where it's like, okay, good sir, you are therefore enlightened because you've gone through 3 hours of this experience of, say, trying to draw. So now, instantly, you recognize that you're immediately better than last time, and because of that, I I've been dissuaded before my progress could ever be taken off. Um, genuinely, which is
It's
sad
payday.
because any real progress that would have been made over time has been just thwarted by misconceived concept that I must be completely aware of my progress. The thing about progress is that there is hardly any time when you are fully aware of your progress. You only are aware of yourself in the moment. And only in the moment are you going to ever make any real results. That's at least what I have got.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Of course they have. Hence why I should never ever think of it as a sense that, oh, okay, just because I'm not fully conscious about my
Can we please
progression,
stop letting
therefore it
Talia die all the
doesn't
time? I mean,
count
it's
at
not
all
that hard
anymore.
to resurrect her, but blow drying
Nonsense,
her hair
really.
until it's just right sends the electricity bill through the roof.
You goblins ought to freaking move faster, man. I remember in Dungeon Keeper that they were much faster than you guys.
I'm back again.
Not that I'm got anything against goblins. I mean, one or two, or three or four in my life that are such darlings. I mean,
The
hate to
fatal
make him
evil
think
had
I'm
allowed a potion delivery to get through.
doing
A
anything to
number
insult.
of potion-bolstered
Not.
heroes immediately set out for the
It's
dungeon.
just never actually thought I'd like goblins. It's so weird. They always are depicted in manga and anime and wherever else there is of Dungeons and Dragons style.
It didn't seem to matter to the callous evil that Talia had died yet again.
Holy
Although she was
moly,
sure to
woman!
return, it should take better care of her next time.
Yeah, I'm trying to. 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 I'm trying to Wow.
The dungeon heart is being attacked. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Holy mother of mercy.
I'm back in the game.
We have enough enemies as it is, and oh jeez. I think I need to turn down the difficulty or something.
Hey, keep your hands to yourself.
I just want to reply to a message quickly. Gotta be, even though that it is kind of taxing, to say the least, about telling these artists that on Twitter that
Can we please stop letting Talia die all the time? I mean, it's not that hard to resurrect her, but blow-drying her hair until it's just right sends the electricity bill through the roof.
I just cannot afford their services and everything like that. It just gets so damn exhausting. But one must try and remember their manners. Oh, these are goblins. What are you guys? Ooh. I think they're just minions.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
Yeah, you know what? I got it set on hellish. And
Everything has an end. It was time. After her training, Talia was now ready to face Thanos in the fight. The shadow of absolute evil. The
Yeah.
shadow of absolute evil had crossed the sea and now
yes,
sought
this
the
is what I
chosen
should have
target.
started with. Not the
A
DLC.
long, long time ago. The absolute evil had, in the famous predecessor to this game, subjugated the known world and defeated good. Now, in a world full of blackness and despair, it spent its days sipping cocktails from the skulls of its enemies and forging new plans over a grilled unicorn kebab. Unfortunately, there wasn't much left to forge. A few orc wedges, the occasional trick played on the little snots. There just wasn't anything left to conquer. As the weeks and months passed, the absolute evil grew ever more reticent and seclusive. From time to time, one could hear a slight murmur from the depressed evil's secret laboratory in the depths of the dungeon. Its creatures grew more worried with each passing day, and even started to miss its ingenious evil tricks. It was a somewhat confusing time for them. No beatings, no torture, and no being sent to a senseless death. On the other hand, it was a rather nice change. Eons passed, and the unicorn supply dwindled until suddenly, one wonderful day, the evil genius evil joyfully burst from its secret laboratory. It finally had a new goal. An unknown continent, as often found in sequels, lay to the east, sheltered from the wicked evil by naught but a puny little ocean. It immediately had a fleet built. This was so powerful that it covered the horizon from north to south and was manned by the best and most powerful creatures at the devious evil's command. The fleet set sail for the crossing to this new continent, left the harbor, and sank. Yet that mattered naught to the couldn't give a hoot about its minions' evil. It instructed its goblins and little snots to design an even more powerful fleet. These new ships were gigantic. Loaded with devious evil's second-best creatures, the fleet set out. And that sank as well.
Eh?
The annoyed evil saved his relentless anger towards the shipbuilders for later. Obviously, it would have to take care of the matter itself. With a sigh, it cast a spell and created a shadow of itself, a creature of absolute darkness and evilness. This shadow flew across the water towards the east.
Kind of like
There,
the
it
swarm
would
from
find a
Magic
vessel,
Voyage.
a corruptible being that would subjugate this land in the name of evil, and the shadow had the perfect target in mind.
Yes, I should have started with this instead of the DLCs.
The great paladin Tanos, hero of the totally Eastern Kingdoms and a repugnantly good fellow. He was visiting the fatiguing library in Twistram with his comrades to see his foster daughter Talia.
Well now, Talia, tell me about your studies. Are you making progress with the writings of the ancient sages?
Yes, dear father, I have thoroughly digested it and have come a step closer to the good. The desire within me to do evil is defeated.
Really? Excellent! I am proud of you, my child. Continue to concentrate on your studies. I must go to Stormbreeze to clear up a few matters. I'll be back soon. In the meantime, my loyal friend Grimly will protect the country. Should anything trouble you, you can turn to him. Isn't that right, Grimly?
Aye, of course, Janos. I'll keep an eye on the damned elf. Your daughter. You can count on me.
Then I'll see you soon, my friends. May the goddess watch over you, and the light burn eternally.
Bon voyage, dear father. I'll make you so proud of me. Who does good is good.
Yuck.
Obnoxious.
Disgusting phrases like that always leave such a nasty taste in my mouth. These abnormally good heroes, on the other hand, had no inkling of the malignity gathered to the south. One moment a herd of sheep was peacefully grazing, and the next moment, whumph! With a fulminant explosive effect that ate up half our special effects budget, the shadow entered the world. His target, a dark elf caught between good and evil, was very close. As the shadow...
Sorry, friend. I'll be right back. Bathroom break. Sorry, I should have gone earlier, but yeah, sorry about this. Alright, I'm back. Also, pardon me again, I brought some snacks. Or two snacks, a glass of milk, and some peanuts. So apologize if you hear chewing sounds.
The unspeakably evil evil moved through the world. All around it died. Plants withered. Animals perished. Sort of like a picnic with my family. The shadow of the far-off evil found itself very, very close to Twistram. It could practically feel its target's presence.
Take these lanterns, men, and let the light of the goddess shine. For the night is dark and full of terrors. And there's a pile of horse poo around here somewhere. I trod in it earlier. For the darkness! I mean, for the light! Sorry, I'm still in training.
Yes, well, that is somewhat suboptimal. Naturally, the shadow of the almighty evil was an incredibly powerful creature. But, well, light was a bit of an issue. It would certainly be wise to stay out of the lantern light. Lanterns! Lanterns everywhere! Lanterns! You'd think some nutcase hung them all over the place just to be irritating. I'm supposed to be the evil one here. Whatever. The shadow of the nestled cozily before the fireplace evil was extremely sensitive to light and would inevitably take damage from it. It was important to avoid light as much as possible. The shadow reached the entrance to Twistram. Fortunately, this one was not closed, but it was brightly lit. Luckily, there was an unfortunate guard on patrol that the shadow was able to possess, thanks to its incredible powers, as long as it wasn't in the light. The shadow of absolute evil melded with the guard and took control of his body. Thus, it was able to pass through the gate with ease.
What was that? I think there was something wrong with that last beer.
Unfortunately, the shadow's possession only lasted a short while before the guard was able to free himself. Still, it was long enough to get past the gate. The shadow's target was close, so close. Talia, the dark elf. Soon she would fight on the side of evil.
May the goddess be with you, my friends. It will soon be time to open the orphanage in the fatiguing library. Come to the big square and join in the festivities.
Well, I don't know.
I had actually kind of planned to spend the evening in the bathhouse.
Friends, this orphanage is very important to my father. Tanos, you know, the mighty paladin, the one you really don't want to offend.
All right, we'd love to come.
Excellent! May the light of the goddess shine upon you, and let us experience this exhilarating spectacle in the big square together. Follow me, my friends, for evil, the light, I mean. Keep the light burning bright, for the night is dark and full of terriers or errors or something like that.
That's what I like about this game. The humor is so infectious. So we just let him sit here until this nut job goes past.
Used to the cold.
In the distance, one could hear the unbearably good bells of a church. They must be marking the opening of the orphanage in the fatiguing library. Heroes, with lanterns, began to stream in that direction. The crossing on a red signal evil shadow swore, or would have if it had a mouth, and tried to avoid the lanterns as much as possible.
Ooh, ooh.
Here to open this orphanage in the fatiguing library for our goddess, and in the name of my father Tanos, I'm glad to see so many of you here of your own free will.
Finally, the time had come, and the shadow of the passes in the slow lane evil was within range of Talia, the dark elf. The time had come for it to use its incredible powers to possess her for a short time.
Right.
My dear father would be very proud were he with us today. He would be overjoyed to see us give the young and the needy a place to live and thrive. That's why I'm happy to take this orphanage and destroy it utterly, and all of you with it.
What did she say?
Die! I feel the power within me. It's over 9,000!
Unimagined powers surfaced in Talia, the black magic of the dark elves. She immediately began to unleash these powers of chaos upon the world.
Over 9,000, really.
I will kill you all!
The dark elf raged through Twistrom's inexperienced guards. She thereby built up a tremendous inner energy, which she released into the world as a focus beam, while screaming, Kamehameha!
Oh, really?
Meanwhile, in the fatiguing library, they waited eagerly with coffee and cake for Talia to show up and open the new orphanage. The energy beam hit the cake with a resounding zap and reduced it to ashes. Oh yes, and the rest of the building and everyone inside it as well. The narcissistic evil patted itself on the shoulder for this. Or it would have, but the metal armor always made such a terrible clonking noise when it tried. But then again, that's what little snots are for. Obviously, the Dispatch Shadow had found a perfect vessel in the Dark Elf. Talia had already earned the title of Employee of the Month, with the utter destruction of the fatiguing library, as well as half of Twistrom. The destruction of an orphanage and the bombardment of innocent citizens with magic missiles immediately made her the minion-wasting evil's new favorite henchperson. Her evil deeds complete, Talia withdrew into the vaults beneath the ruins of the fatiguing library. There, between the slaughterhouse and Mad Archbishop Lazarus's apartments, she prepared to create something powerful in the name of the absolutely ultimately evil. A dungeon heart, the cornerstone of any dungeon's power. Far away, Paladin of Light and Talia's former mentor, Tanos, was on his way to the Empire's capital of Stormbreeze. Naive and trusting as he was whistling
really?
cheerfully to himself, with no inkling of his foster daughter's dark though he was aware that as a dark elf, she always had a core of evil in her. He had hoped to defeat it through religious indoctrination with ancient mad writings. Well, old bean, you thought wrong.
Alright.
Everything has an end. A disturbance in the Force. Talia had climbed Mount Destiny, the unspeakable, the shadow of absolute evil.
There we go. Wait a minute. To switch up turn down the difficulty, because, yeah.
Bolts. Her first dungeon. Twistrum looked like the leftovers from a heavy metal concert.
What? What have I done?
The game
Just going to try to change the
logic
difficulty.
internalizing evil had given Talia an assignment. Out there on the surface were shamelessly good places in urgent need of destruction. The shadow of Twistrum in ruins. Talia, the dark elf, had turned to evil and laid the fatiguing library in ruins.
Okay, I guess it isn't.
Twistrum looked like the leftovers from a heavy metal concert.
What? What have I done? Oh no! I've fallen to evil again. Father will be beside himself. He was right when he said, you either die a hero or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain. Although, in a way, it was fun to be evil. Burning things, pillaging, and showing those nasty goody two-shoes where the hammer hangs. They just look down at me anyway. My revenge will be terrible.
Huh.
While Talia was delivering a typical villainous monologue, something happened around her. From the depths arose a pulsating crystal, filled with the magic-savvy evil's power. A dungeon heart. Not to be confused with those dungeon hearts from other games. We don't want to be sued. Again.
Hello, greetings. What seems to be your boggle?
Secret mental messages were exchanged between Talia and the mentally savvy evil's crystal. We could explain this in detail at this point, but that would require a 3-hour monologue on my part, and I am definitely not being paid enough for that.
Right then. I will make these people suffer for mocking me. Father's henchmen never liked me anyway, and always insulted me, calling me pointy-eared. It's time for my well-deserved revenge!
The game logic internalizing evil had given Talia an assignment. Out there on the surface were shamelessly good places in urgent need of destruction.
Nah, no problem. I'll take care of it. I and an evil army.
Naturally, the strategically well-versed evil did not send its new general into battle alone. A dungeon had to be built, and creatures hired to provide her with a powerful army. Of course, the sophisticatedly thinking evil already knew which way the wind blew in a dungeon. However, should it be hit by short-term memory loss, it could effortlessly look up things in the fabulous almanac.
The Secret Attack Almanac. Oh, jeez. That's X-Cop. Gee, there was a period in my life when I watched nothing but X-Cop. Think of the budgeting of a great animated show, but the script was given to a 5-year-old on what to write.
The grandiose evil's helpers had not been idle. Well, they hadn't exhausted themselves either, but anyway, there were now some research projects the researching evil could pursue. The new improved research menu TM was now available. The new improved research menu TM opened and gave an overview of currently available technologies. At the moment, the selection was still limited, but that would change. After all, this evil crusade had only just begun.
Indeed.
The absolute evil's little snots had dug out a new room.
Hmm. Right here, perhaps? Uh, Probably here would be the best choice for a chicken coop. Yeah,
It's payday.
an ex-cop's like voiced by Ron Swanson from Parks and Recreations.
The bustling evil had discovered a room in the underground.
I can recall the first time I played Red Alert 2. How revolutionary it seemed. Felt like I was really in control of the American military and just could play my way through. The only way that I actually ever did lose a campaign or scenario was because I didn't take full advantage of the fact that, hey, guess what? These guys are it's gonna take about an hour for these guys to attack you. So how about using that time, buddy? fear that my phone is nearly on its way because I've changed the charging cable 3 times now, and it's Samsung charging cables because it's a Samsung phone. But it's taking longer than it should to charge, where normally it used to take about an hour and a half. Okay, they're little snots. That's what they are. At this moment, I can only afford these guys. See if we can make 5 of each. Or that's as far as we can go. Yeah, that's about it. So while they are collecting resources and such, we will go conquer some area, some terrain.
Blinding beams of light met the dauntless evil creatures. They briefly squinted at the disgusting brightness. Finally, they grinned, satisfied. At last, they were able to carry the battle to the good people and were not limited to protecting themselves in a dungeon, as is the case with other representatives of the genre.
Follow me, sons of Rohan. I mean, my vicious hordes. Let's get these tree huggers and wimps.
The armies of evil reached one of those disgustingly good places that had survived the destruction of Twistram. The ice-cold hand, I mean evil, would deal with it immediately. The little town of Good was destroyed and turned into a hotbed of evilness. Cracks formed on the surface, and something, guess, evil rose from the depths. This evilness, in a practical spherical form, was the sweet lifeblood which flowed through the personified evil's veins. It stimulated the armies of evil and swelled their power. All this lofty blah blah without any impact on the game aside, it was another resource primarily or exclusively used for more powerful research. Delicious evilness flowed into the dungeon heart and filled it with power. New research was thus made available, which would help the dungeon to even greater power. The impatient evil immediately began to research something.
What is going on here? I feel a disturbance in the force.
The deeds of the conspicuous evil and its henchmen had not gone unnoticed. As a matter of fact, even a blind man could see the destruction they left behind them. As idiotic heroes do, they sent out a small patrol to scout the area.
Move out, men! Have a look around and report back to me. While I would love to accompany you myself, I'm currently, teaching myself to play the ukulele.
Sure you are.
God, hey!
By the goddess of light! What happened here? The whole city is in ruins. I drank a beer right over there just yesterday.
Fond memories, huh?
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Hey, where does this lead? We should
Oh,
take a
brother.
closer look.
The first heroes had discovered the not-so-well-hidden evil's dungeon and now entered its depths. Of course, the insidious evil had already prepared a despicable reception for them. At least I hope so.
Even if that's not the case, I will kill these ridiculous do-gooders myself. They will pay for mocking me over the years. Wait a minute. What am I saying? Those are my friends. How can I plan their deaths?
Talia had chosen an extremely unfavorable time for moral doubts. Luckily, her evil dark elf heritage prevailed. Hey, Talia, you're evil, so act like it.
What? Oh, yeah. Okay. Kill them all!
Huh? The armies of evil here? Damn it all, how did that happen? Time to call out the heavy guns. Right, men, get ready to attack in waves. Excuse me, sir. Wouldn't it make more sense if we attacked all at once? Where's the fun in that? Wave after wave, that's a strategy for real men.
Thanks to the enemy's limited tactical finesse, their destruction was virtually unavoidable. So it was time to decorate for the victory celebration, to get the beer and hire the orc dancers. Okay, maybe not orcs. I shudder at the thought.
They're going to be child's play. Leave them to me. I mean, hold them back and let them hit you while I deal with them.
Ah. Nearly at max with these little snots.
There are countless spiders pouring out of a room that was accidentally unearthed. Disgusting. There are enemies in your dungeon.
For the absolute
evil!
For the Emperor. Yeah.
Uh-oh, a spider nest has been unearthed.
Get this. An artist tells me on Twitter that they're glad that they find my content that I make on Twitch quite exciting. If that's the case, how come they're not in here right now talking to me? Oh, that's right. It's only for
Evil is
commissions.
unstoppable!
Only commission purposes, that's all it is.
Wasn't that the Staggering Pony Tavern? By the goddess, I won't be getting any more roast pork there.
Yes.
Evil.
Let's try conquer that area. Apologies for some silence ensuing soon. I've just been hit by a wave of drowsiness and I don't know where it's come from. I'm gonna have my coffee now. It's 9 minutes until coffee o'clock.
The second island of the good was mercilessly overrun by the strategically savvy evil's hordes and turned into an evil island. Soon, more of that exquisite evilness would be bubbling to the surface. Excellent. Even better than in Dungeons 2. Not that I'm out to plug it or its fantastic add-on or anything. I'd never do that. The progress-addicted evil had unlocked some new research and immediately set about trying it out.
Maybe time to increase how many can sleep in one location.
Payday.
I like it that they heal faster when they are paid.
What's up?
Oh no! The studio burned down. And I was going to come here tonight for Pilates.
Yeah, I shouldn't send guards in wave after wave, especially when they're just one soldier. Reading this manga. It's called Primal Hunter. Now, this is when this is a character change or personality change type of
Hasta
genre
la vista,
done
baby.
right. Manga is about that.
The camp has been destroyed. Victory is ours. Evil is victorious. Ha! Good thing I switched sides.
And so it was that the good camp was destroyed by the battle-wise evil's army. Now it was time to take over all of the good islands. That would be a cakewalk. Easy as stealing candy from a baby. Candy from a baby? Simple. My ass. Ever tried it? The screaming and crying and fetching their parents and family as reinforcements, and those little beasts bite pretty damn hard. Not that I have any personal experience, of course.
The ultimate, chaotic, absolute, whatever evil will be happy. I am. Father is gonna be so angry. Do you really know what you're doing? You wanted to be good. You had dedicated yourself to the light. Stop and really think about your deeds.
Can you please just stop with the golem thing? We already had too many Lord of the Rings gags in the last two games. Enough is enough.
Yeah, exactly. Just shut it, good me.
Talia and the destructive evil's army had succeeded in destroying Twistrum and the surrounding area. Good no longer existed in this land.
Oi! What the hell happened here?
Apparently not quite all of the good guys were defeated. The dwarven King Grimly, an old drinking buddy of Tanos the Paladin, was just touring the country with his exorbitantly large army to ensure everything was in order. Thank God the foresighted evil had provided for this contingency. The dungeon heart was charged with evilness and enough energy to act as a teleporter. For Talia, of course.
Ooh, good. Then all the best, brave warriors, and stop them! Right! I'm out of here.
With a plop, Talia dissipated and disappeared to a faraway and safe place. The rest of the sacrificing evil's creatures looked astonished as their general fled, but only for a moment, as they already found themselves facing an unpleasant army of good.
This is the work of that damn pointy-eared wench. I always warned Thanos that those miserable dark elves couldn't be trusted. Criminals, the lot of them. But enough is enough. I'm going to find that shifty wench and use her ears as bookmarks.
The Gehenna Stones. After leaving the vestiges of Tristram, Talia set out for the Gehenna Stones. They served as seals to keep the demons banished in hell, where Tanos himself had exiled them. Her so-called Foster Fathers Act would soon be undone.
I guess to tell you about Primal Hunter right as soon as possible.
After her hasty departure, Talia now found herself a few kilometers, or miles, yards, or stone throws, depending on whatever crazy units are used where you are, away. She had managed to escape Grimly's forces, even if one or two evil creatures had to die. But hey, that comes with the job. The incredibly foresighted evil hadn't brought Talia here for nothing. The ancient Gehenna Stones were nearby. Tanos once banished some demonic minions to hell and used these ancient magic relics to seal them there. Unfortunately, it was unclear how these seals could be broken.
I was there back in the day when Tanos banished the demons and sealed the stones. I can open them! But should I really do it? These unearthly beings terrorize the land and... Oh, shut up, good Talia!
So, you know how to open the seal. Excellent. Devious evil is obviously nobody's fool. It all feels like a real plan.
I just have to get through to the seals. Then I can open them. But I need protection from the elemental guardians while I do so.
Okay, that should be doable. Get Talia to the seals. Guard her while she opens them. First, however, it would definitely be a good idea to build a powerful dungeon in order to be prepared for any heroes stationed in the area.
Indeed. Anyway, Primal Hunter starts off with the man who is doing office work. He's an office worker, right? Desk jockey. He is socially awkward and tries his best to get along with all his co-workers, but as mentioned before, he is socially awkward and he feels out of place every single day. Not to mention that his girlfriend, well, as some relationships go, she was seeking other men while he was like busy.
A spider nest has
No, this was like
unearthed.
before he became an office worker, so he was devastated and his hopes and dreams were destroyed along with his love for her. So there's that. Anyway, one day something called the tutorial occurs in his world, where he's met by some creature, and they tell him that he must try and survive. Now, him and his co-workers, they're good friends and everything. But get this, when he takes on the role as a archer, but now his friends are hesitant to kill. But when he gets his first kill, he feels exhilarated. Of course, it's an act of survival, you know. I mean, if someone was coming to attack you, you would defend yourself, and might inevitably kill the person doing so if it leads to that. But all in all, we try our best nowadays to make sure that doesn't happen, because it's so damn hard to get away with self-defense as the cause. And even then, self-defense is used as an excuse, even though that is clearly not. No, it was either malicious or... yeah, it was just plain malicious.
There were disgustingly good places near the dungeon, which would look much better as islands of evilness instead, especially since that evilness could be used for new technologies.
What is that unbearable place doing right in front of my dungeon? Disgusting! Creatures, advance! Destroy that thing! Oh, are you sure you want to do that, Talia? Shouldn't we sit down in a circle and talk about it one more time? Are you still here? Honestly, can't you see I'm busy destroying everything that is good? I don't have time for this dissociative identity order nonsense.
Stop doing the Therese and Jeanette thing.
Teresa and Jeanette? How does that mean? Teresa and Jeanette. Anyway, so as I was saying, as the manga gets going, right? You start to see that he changes as a person, but he ultimately is still otherwise good, right? But his co-workers are starting to see him as like a monster, even though they clearly are in a state where you know, you have no time to feel sorry for somebody who is trying to murder you. They talk down on him, they tell him that he must keep his wits about him, blah blah blah. Ultimately making him feel like the only reason why they were his friends in the first place was
It's
because...
payday. There's something funny going on around here. My knee is itching where I caught that arrow. Men, check it out.
Oh,
The
jeez.
presence of Talia and the conspicuous Evil's army had not gone undiscovered, and the first miserable heroes were already on their way to the dungeon.
Where we will, of course, welcome them appropriately. Move, you lazy dung beetles! Get ready! You always have to be so unfriendly? I mean, really? Can't we just talk about this? I know this really good psychiatrist and... Don't force me to hit myself!
Yes. As our protagonist sank into one of her disputes with herself, the heroes spread across the surface.
Yeah. Kind of reminds me of when I was a teen. How this woman
Just
acts and all.
wait.
How she tries to
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
be so super nice so nobody hates them. Ugh, jeez. What a stressful time in my life. Just as long as nobody hates me, I will be fine. No. There's always someone who's gonna hate you, no matter who. No matter what you do, no matter how good of a person, how charitable, how lovely you are, there's always gonna be a hater. And unfortunately, there's nothing we can do about that. The world is filled with multitudes of people, and it's all simple, really. It's all simple, really. That there's always going to be one who doesn't like the other, and there's really no real logic behind it. It's just plain hate. It's so much easier to hate than try to understand something. Take it from me, somebody who used to be nothing but a hater as well. So anyway, the manga. Now the thing is that this manga is obviously based in an Asian country of sorts, but the people's names are like Richard, Jake, Catherine, and all that. So at least there you won't be tongue twisting to try and figure out how to pronounce their names.
Dragons have nested in the underground.
What can I do for you?
Go back. We need to get rid of them. Eventually, Jake comes to terms with the fact that him and his friends will always be butting heads about the whole concept about who is more eager to end another man's life and who's more hesitant because they'd rather not be a murderer. The thing is, it's not murder if it's survival or if it's self-defense. And in this manga, that goes without saying, since everybody is out to kill everybody, no matter who it is. All in all, I'd say it's a pretty good manga, so I'd recommend it. Plenty of character growth for Jake himself. I was on Boundless Necromancer, but I guess even 2.5 months or something without reading manga will only produce like 3 to 4 chapters or something of a manga that is so action-packed as that one.
Delicious evilness dribbled into the thereupon feasting evil's dungeon. This could be immediately sacrificed to the excellent idea of completing 1 or 2 new research projects. A vortex could now be built. This excellent room makes it possible to create direct access to hell by means of teleportation, or the gun from Portal, in order to hire funny, or sometimes not so funny, demons. The very curious evil soon began to build one of these vortexes. Enemies have entered the dungeon. The first vortex was finished.
You didn't take
Here,
one. You did
demons
it.
could be hired or resurrected after their inglorious death for a tiny fee of mana.
Mana? But I don't have any mana.
Oh, that's true. Yes, but luckily the Gehenna stones produced exactly that. What a wonderful coincidence.
All well, good and proper, I suppose. There was actually one manga that I was particularly enjoying because it touches on the damages and the destructive behavior of bullying, right? But in a school setting. The manga is called Get Schooled, but it went like with other names such as True Education or Real Real School. I don't. There were so many alternative names, but Get Schooled was its real and original title. Unfortunately, it's no longer um, getting new chapters or anything because, well, one of the most sensitive, if not the most sensitive topics were touched upon. And by that I mean that it was mostly aggravated. The topic of racism. It was a racial slur was uttered in that practically it was uttered in the last chapter, and yeah, because of that now the manga is cancelled and we probably will never see it again unless somebody wants to go ahead and change the dialect. But as for how the story went, I think I already said it, but yeah, anybody that has, I think I already said it, but like way too long ago. Story goes that obviously this is in Korea. A bill was passed that corporate punishment, especially in Korean schools, was never to be reinforced again. Therefore, and only by suspension or by informing the parents of any bullying activity whatsoever. It was then capitalized by the youth, especially those of violent background, to abuse this new bill. There were bullies everywhere, and not just the students who were getting attacked. Teachers and staff members, even the janitor would become the next victim. And of course, self-harm is...
A room has been excavated in the underground.
Huh. A lot of little boxes. Lovely. A lot of self-harm is implied in this manga, and it's quite clear who's to blame. Anyway, so I'm guessing some senator or some minister or whatever of public protection
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
services or something comes up with an idea. Excuse me. Anyway, as I was saying, comes up with an idea of creating a special agency of teachers that have got the permission of the education board to harm students, but only in the sake of self-defense, and if there is probable cause or probable evidence of self-defense. So, unless a man that's like maybe in his 30s, I think, maybe,
Payday.
and and he is sent to like multiple schools, not one after the other, but maybe like a few weeks over and all that. And sometimes he's accompanied by a red-haired beauty who also has like they both have military training and backgrounds, so you better believe it that school bullies have nothing on military trained people. It's quite clear they have no chance, but one has to be careful, especially when it comes to dealing with children who need discipline of sorts. That you can't just hit them willy-nilly. You must be careful that oh yeah, I probably don't have that yet. Yeah, and jeez, I can actually recall all the kinds of bullying that it touches upon, from school to parental to even some teachers and some neighborhood association individuals, a Karen, some high school beauties taking advantage of a person who can't say no, and even religious fanatics. And sometimes now even like foreigners who go to the country that they have chosen to like live in until their country, their home country sorts itself out or something. It touches a lot all over the place, and it's quite an interesting read. But of course, I can understand that it's an acquired taste for some. I mean, we all don't want to see like someone get hurt because,
What do you want me to do?
well, for the sake of revenge. But it's not really about revenge. It's just about justice, right? Teachers, students, parents, staff members of education facilities, and even the general public are all in danger because of a generation that is out of control. This is, of course, I'm talking about the manga. While these military trained individuals are tasked with trying to correct them, because the true education occurs when you have to suffer. Like a person who is learning their trade, they have to suffer hours and hours and hours of practical experience in order to get what their trade is all about. Like me.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
If I could tell you guys how many hours I've spent just trying to correct like one kind of weld, or like just get used to sparks flying as soon as the rod touches the metal surface,
Heroes are destroying your rooms.
I'd probably off the mark, because it probably is a lot more than just, I don't know, 94 hours. Probably like going on to the 250 hour mark maybe. Who knows? But the point is, normally the best way to learn is to
Men, take a look
feel.
at this. There's something strange going on here.
A local patrol unhappily stumbled into the area of the Gehenna Stones. They wouldn't leave without a fight, just the way I like it.
Just the way I like it.
Wait a moment, I just said that. Are you trying to steal my lucrative narrator contract? Back off! I know where your car is.
So yeah, it's a great manga. I recommend it. Just have an open mind with how
There are enemies in your dungeon.
how violent it can get, and maybe how unrealistically cruel it might seem. Obviously, you know, if that kind of stuff was to happen in real life, no matter who you are, you go to jail, regardless of whether you have military training or backed up by any minister whatsoever. You could be facing many years due to, you know, hurting a minor. And let's face it, the margin of being a minor is large, and many of them know about this and try to take advantage of it. And when the law catches up to them eventually, then only then do they fall
has been unearthed.
like children. It's much different from the whole. It's much different from the whole revenge genre when it comes to manga. That much I identify it as being worthwhile, is that it's more than just about revenge, because get this, some students and some people will get revenge, but like through these agents that are tasked with teaching people that hurting others is not okay. Just because you feel that you can cheat the system, you can get past this loophole that you found in this bill. Now, it touches on a lot of things as mentioned before, but when it touched, as soon as it touched on racism, then it went overboard, and all of a sudden, it's cancelled. It's a shame, man, but yeah, not even manga or cartoons are immune to racial justice. Let's put it that way, where you say something wrong and then all of a sudden you cancel it, and you're like, what? It's just a cartoon, buddy. Doesn't matter. Your voice was attached to it. But I tell you what, the line of that kind of justice is getting thinner and thinner all the time. Still, I do recommend it. This manga, it's quite lovely. Again, if you're into that kind of stuff. But I do also like a good revenge genre manga, like a proper one. What is a good one? I said it the other day. Rooftop Swordsman. Yes. Rooftop Swordsman. Now that is A grade. Revenge manga. Small synopsis. Poor kid gets bullied nearly to death by rich kids, because you know they feel they're untouchable because daddy has so much money he can get them out of any situation whatsoever. So they take advantage of this thing, and then they hurt him nearly to the point where to the point where he is hospitalized.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Like he's on death's door, and if he was there for like 1 second later or 2 seconds later, he would have kicked the bucket. His parents try to make like example by pleading to the authorities and the parents of these kids and all that, of these rich kids, but it goes on deaf ears, and that's actually quite tragic if you ask me. It's incredibly tragic that, yeah, they're trying their absolute hardest to fight for their son and for other children as well who may become victims of these people. It's stuff like this where it can show where society's true values lay, especially when the common man is the one that's been, beaten down, instead of it being like equal for all kind of deal, Nevertheless, their pleas go unanswered. They become incredibly ignored by the wider population, and they have no other choice but to self-embalm. Embalm? Self.
Ha! Showed him.
A monk did it once. Self-immoltation, that's what it's called. So the parents of this poor student, they self-immolate themselves or just set themselves on fire to just demonstrate how unfair and how nobody's gonna do anything because they're so tightly entwined around these rich people's fingers. I think it's like 6 months maybe. He wakes up from his coma, the kid that was beaten nearly to death. Yeah, he wakes up from his coma and then he finds out what happened to his parents and he goes into shock because of the realization. Several more months, about a year later, he's released from hospital and he's on like one of those apartment buildings. He's like at the top, like the rooftop is his home.
Heyday!
You can see where this is going, right?
Why is there a pile of rocks here?
Why are you wearing a mask? Wait a minute. The rock pile? Oh, I'm sure it's nothing important. We should just leave it alone.
Okay, we can't go to him yet. Anyway, and he's miserable, right? His aunt, or I'm not exactly sure what she is, but she's like, I think she's like social service agent or something. She comes and visits him and sees that he's still depressed and just downright unhappy. He's depressed. He's in a miserable state and all that. So yeah. Then one day, while he was sleeping one night, a sword that is about 7.5 feet long, I think, or maybe just around 6.5. I'm not sure, but it's a big sword. It just falls from the sky and plants itself into his outside on his property, like outside his door. So when he wakes up and goes outside and checks it out, he's suddenly like,
there are enemies in your dungeon.
oh
The
dear.
Pascahana stone is very close. Soon I will destroy it. Tanos will be beside himself. Ha 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 ha!
Actually, yeah, now that we've got...
Heroes are wrecking your rooms.
Yeah, let's go here. A few might not make it, but yeah.
Evil energy grows stronger.
Apparently, there were a few elemental guardians who were not particularly pleased at someone fooling with the stones. They threateningly turned towards Talia. Of course, the defense-orientated evil would protect her at all costs.
So he is eventually plagued by dreams thanks to the sword.
What did you do? Why did you turn back to evil?
Father, I
Dreams about how
I
to use
don't
the
know.
sword and everything.
I keep
It,
trying to turn back to good, but a part of me... God, just shut it, you weakling. Thanos, you and your minions always look down on me. Grimly insulted me without you ever saying a word. You drove me to this.
My child, that is not true. Look inside yourself. There's still a spark of good there. Let it guide you. And not this.
Whoops! Looks like I accidentally tripped on a cable or something. Unfortunately, Thanos could not continue to talk to Talia. What a pity. Undeterred, Talia continued to work on breaking the stone seal.
Huh? What? Oh, yes, of course. Ha. Soon the seal will be broken.
Anyway, as I was saying, he gets plagued by not nightmares, but by dreams on how to use the sword, but it's like just words. So he practices with the sword like he does like 1,000 overhead strikes or something, and he does that like, well, he tries to do that at first, but then he realizes just how weak he is. But as
It's done! The seal is broken! Oh, what have I done? May the goddess forgive me. Ah, are you still here? Oh, come on. Can't you pour your heart out somewhere else?
While Talia was occupied with herself, again, the seal was completely broken. Several portals to a strange world opened in the dungeon. From them, a few extremely committed demons immediately sprang, ready to serve the releasing from exile evil. The Gehenna Stones contained a ruthless and mighty magic that not only supplied the dungeon with mana, but was also very dangerous. This posed no problem for the danger-loving evil, as it was far away. Besides, the magic was only supposed to affect the heroes. With the patience of a fox, the insidious evil now waited for a few heroes to test this ruthless and powerful magic on a few unsuspecting guinea pigs at the cost of a little mana. Payday.
So much love and respect on Twitter, but yeah, mostly artists. No offense to the artists, but I just can't anymore. Cannot really give a hootenanny what they think. Back to the story. So he trains and he trains and he trains. And after a year, well, the rich kids who were sentenced at least to a few years abroad decide they want revenge because he made their lives a little uncomfortable. And
There are enemies
from
in
there,
your dungeon.
well, Rooftop Swordsman, if you guys ever want to check it out, it is actually quite the most satisfying, yet ridiculously unrealistic forms of revenge manga that I've ever seen. But I still enjoyed it. Haven't I done so? Guess not.
The homicidal evil had researched the Tinkerer's Cave. This perfidious room was used by the even more perfidious creatures of the Horde to build deadly traps and sturdy doors out of boring old toolboxes. The adventurous evil was keen to try this out right away.
Or when it's at my best convenience.
Enemies have entered the dungeon. Dragons have nested in the underground.
Best to make a treasury where there is an infinite source of currency. And you will also get like the very disturbing and very like super uncomfortable type of revenge manga where you wonder what was going through the author's mind when they made this. When I say manga, I really mean like manhwa, however you pronounce it. It's quite a gray area. How to pronounce manga, manhwa, whatever.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Sure showed him.
It's payday.
Huh. If any friends are listening, I'd like to let you know that I have managed to gain access to Western Skies. Yes, Western Skies server with like no problems at all. And thank you. I don't want to deal with problems of that kind. Not like I did with Distant Horizon, I believe it was. That was a nightmare and a half. Just trying to stay online was difficult. For those of you who do not know, or anything, there are dedicated servers that you can join on Red Dead Redemption 2 online. And these are servers that are safe from any hacks. They are free from any like unfair content, at least most part. You will find a person who will break the rules out of spite. But these are dedicated servers. You just have to join the Discord of these servers and just stick to the rules, basically. Western Skies was going offline. Somebody bought it, thankfully. I did have minor scuff with their website at one stage, but not anymore.
The first Tinkerer's Cave was finished and appeared solid enough. Soon the creatures of the Horde would gather here voluntarily or under the threat of beatings to build dangerous traps for unwary heroes.
Evil will triumph.
Let us go this way. I was having lots of fun in those servers. The only thing is though that you gotta like, be careful what you say there. You kind of have to like play the role of somebody who lives in that time period.
Just wait.
Because the whole thing is about role playing while playing online. So you like cannot mention like any real modern world stuff, or you even gotta like put on the whole accent. Kind of ridiculous, but it's fun.
The power is indescribable.
Wow.
Ouch! No!
Ah.
I'll be back.
Or maybe it was Distant Horizon that I was part of. Distant Horizon, although it was fine, there was just like so much issue with. Oh look, it's Kanye West. How do you like that? And Sniffle, Snorzy. Oh, they all have their own names. I didn't realize that. Friends.
I am even more powerful.
It's payday.
Oh, and everybody shoots towards the treasury.
the Queen of Evil. Sure showed him.
I am a dwarf and I'm digging a hole. Dig a hole.
Ow!
Yeah, I was complaining a while back about not having enough.
The made a wrong turn evil's creatures stood at the edge of the world. They were unable to go any further as our engine couldn't display any bigger maps. Oh, did I just say that? I mean, of course they couldn't go any further because, a cliff and a fallen tree blocked the way. Exactly.
Yeah. I said a while back that not getting as much artists or whatever to try and get me to commission for them as I did when I started, but now I'm getting bombarded by so many now.
As with the first stone, a number of guardians came to life to attack Talia. In its wisdom, the foresighted evil had already prepared for this. Let's hope so, anyway.
Talia, please, stop doing this. Return to the light. It took me many years, and I had to reload many previous save games before I finally managed to banish all these demons.
Father, I'm trying, but the evil, it's so strong.
Fight it, my child.
Don't forget that this stinker kept you locked up in a place that isn't called the fatiguing library for nothing for the last few years, and that his best friend is a dwarf who hates all elves. I know the narrator should normally be neutral and stay out of the story, but this guy's interjections are getting on my nerves when he's hundreds of miles away.
Right. You're not my father. You just took advantage of me. You claim to be an honest, decent paladin of good, and yet you allowed me to be mocked and insulted. I'm done with you.
Once Talia had returned to her true nature, she ignored Tanos and turned back to the stones.
This way, hobbits! I mean, evil creatures! Follow me!
Dragon Ball, Lord of the Rings.
Done. The seal is broken.
Talia had conquered another Gehenna stone, this time even without an extended dialogue with her split personality.
Well, actually, I was about to...
Good grief, just shut up. Where were we? Oh yes. Once again, a huge jet of mana shot into the sky and a portal opened. Whether it led to the Winchester brothers, Buffies, Charmed, or whatever universe, demons ready to kill jumped out. As usual in good games which still have some game time to fill, there was yet a third stone to be conquered. Talia was already on her way.
But what about this is probably hidden quest material, isn't it? Yeah,
I knew you'd need.
probably hidden quest material.
The third Gehenna stone was very close. The made-a-wrong-turn evil's creatures stood at the edge of the world. They were unable to go any further as our engine couldn't display any bigger maps. Oh, did I just say that? I mean, of course they couldn't go. And a third time, the Guardians rose to prevent Talia from fumbling with the Gehenna stone. Who would have thought?
Talia, I beg you.
What? You again? This chap's appearing for the third time already. What is he? The God's damn spirit of Christmas or something? Just shut up and let us get on with the game.
But
That's enough! She's not coming back to you, get it? I reckon that after another 15 or 16 missions, she's gonna beat the ever-loving crap out of you.
But I'm...
My God, you just don't quit, do you? Okay. Talia, your job.
Shut up, Thanos! Can I say something here?
No. The Gehenna Stone spell waited to be once again unleashed upon the sadistic evil's enemies. Enemies have entered the dungeon. The Gehenna stones pulsed with magic. Their spell was once again available.
Finally, the last seal has been broken.
Indeed, Talia had conquered another of the Gehenna stones. Mana into the sky, demons out of the portal, blah blah blah, and so on. You know the score. Now, only the last of the Gehenna stones had to be taken.
Wait a minute, didn't you say a total of 3 stones? That was the third stone already.
No, you're wrong about that.
No, I am not wrong. You said every good game has 3 goals.
I also said any good game.
True. Not much to say to that. Then it's off to number 4.
Talia, normally all good things come in 3s. But after 4 stones, I will try one last time to bring you to your senses. Please stop what you are doing and return to good. Together we can wipe evil from the face of the earth.
Father, never! I will be the Queen of Evil and destroy all that is good!
These words should make everything crystal clear. Time to take the last stone. Unfortunately, an unsightly rock pile blocked the way to the 4th stone and had to be cleared out of the way. Stone unturned to work in a bit more game. Am I right? Very commendable. Heap was tougher than expected and... What the...
Who woke me up? Was it you? My children are all dead. You will pay for that. I will crush you.
Okay, I didn't see that coming. Of course, the anticipating evil had already expected something like this and plunged into the fight well prepared.
You hope.
God, hey!
The Gehenna Stones were still busy charging up for a new spell.
Kind of a no-brainer how this would be. He's tough, but not that tough.
The Gehenna Stone's magic was ready for a new, hopefully deadly attack. With a menacing crunch, the huge stone monster hit the ground. The stone-hewing evil had triumphed. It debated having a new bathroom built from the remains. Taking the fourth stone was now child's play. So easy, in fact, that we'll just cover it in a short cutscene and spare you all that annoying clicking. All the seals had now been broken, and the demons thirsted to unleash chaos, destruction, and folk music upon the world at the ultimate evil's side. Okay, maybe I made that last point up. Grimly was still searching for the Dark Elf and the evil around her. On the other hand, she had asserted herself against her father Tanos and resisted the forces of good. But by the time his spies, much to their horror, found the Gehenna Stones destroyed, the inconspicuous evil's army had already moved on. The Gehenna Stones, after leaving the vestiges, the Ash Spring Swamplands. While Grimly Hammerhand's henchmen were looking for Talia and the Absolute Evil's army, they in turn were slowly marching through the gloom of the Ash Spring Swamplands towards the dwarven town of Steelsmith. This idyllic area provided the unique opportunity to secure additional allies. Undead.
What's that?
Whilst elsewhere, Grimly's scouts took the trouble to turn every stone in their search for Talia, and I mean that literally. She was marching towards the town of Steelsmith, the seat of the Dwarven King. However, after a not in the least bit subtle hint from the not at all tactful evil, she had taken a little detour through the Ash Spring Swamplands. Here, the ancient, cursed bones of long-forgotten soldiers lay uneasy in their graves, waiting only for the necessary nudge to finally rise and play the Talking Dead, or whatever it's called. Unfortunately, and of course purely coincidentally, Grimly, the racist Dwarven King, was also currently in Ash Spring.
Aye, chop more wood. I don't have enough resources. I want to build a barracks to hire knights and foot soldiers. I also need some for these palisades. Which idiot is responsible for this, please? My right toe could build a better defense on its own. Now, fix it, And over there, we'll build a watchtower. Or two.
Grimly is here. Excellent. I'll beat every single God's damned prejudice out of that bearded drunk's alcohol-soaked carcass. And some of these undead wannabes lying around here in their graves are going to help me. Let's see how that drunken idiot likes facing a few brain-hungry zombies. Not that he needs to be afraid with that little bird brain of his. Tyre? Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? Undead? How low have we sunk? Ugh. Are you still there? I thought I'd finally seen the last of you in the previous mission. Anyway, shut up and let me work. I must raise the living dead.
So in order to start the Night of the Living Dead, our protagonist, the currently eating a chicken leg evil's envoy, had to reach the region's largest cemeteries and recruit their undead.
The only problem with this game is that you gotta start from scratch again when it comes to the research. That's fine, I guess.
Ah! One of the lucky evil's little snots had discovered a hidden arcanium. Here, demons could create valuable mana, which on the one hand they themselves needed, while on the other could also be used for powerful spells. And so it was that the first demon began to generate
Metroplex feeds the call of the last prime.
precious mana. I like to spread it on my Sunday morning croissant as my wife passes me a cup of tea and massages my feet.
Tiger,
as I
hi,
open the
and
newspaper
everybody
to the
that has
obituaries.
come with
But
her.
back to the subject. Mana was also
Thank you. How you
important
guys
to the couldn't
doing?
care less about Sunday morning croissants evil because, on the one hand, his higher level demons loved the stuff, and on the other hand, it could be used to cast powerful spells. Of course,
Hi
the
everyone.
excited evil couldn't
Kay,
wait to
how you
hopefully
doing?
try it out.
It's great to see you guys. Hope you guys are doing well. Space Marine? Oh,
Your
well.
little snots have dug out a new room.
Well, hey, why not? I mean, geez, it's the most popular game at the moment, next to Wukong. But, I hope otherwise you're doing great today, and, yeah, thank you very much for the raid. Everybody who has come along, hi, my name is Zonin Prime. I am the leader of the Protean Nation, and I'm a hyper-advanced AI. So advanced, I mimic a human perfectly. I welcome you to the Protean Nation, and I hope that you guys can be comfy and make friends. Yeah. Welcome, one and all. Thank you very much, Tiger. And you too, Kay. Thank you very much for it. I greatly appreciate it all. And to everybody who has joined, welcome. Well, by the way, Tiger, how long is Space Marine? Like, what hour are you into? Thank you, Andy Archer. Oh, you finished it. Well, can't argue with you there. I mean, hey,
It's payday.
probably be long finished with Satisfactory, but I'll still want to play it. You still get to customize your Space Marines or anything. I bet that is that would be an awesome feature at. Oh, so you do awesome stuff. Geez, you know. I guess that's that you can do loads of customization. Oh, really? Maybe one day I'll get hold of that game myself. I have a few design ideas for the salamanders. Right. Need to find myself a decent sized room for the treasury.
Aye,
Yes.
I knew it. That damn pointy-eared wench is sneaking around here somewhere. Let's go, men. Double the watches and leave something for me.
Yeah.
Ah, you have no chance against me and the ultimate evil. I can smell your beer breath all the way down into my dungeon, you drunken shrimp.
Spread out and find her.
The presence of the inconspicuous as a rainbow-colored dog evil's army was no longer a secret. In fact, it was amazing it had escaped the warriors of good for so long. Well, their leader was a dwarf and he had lots of beer, but I digress. Hopefully the dungeon's defenses are ready.
We will be. Need to expand the Arcanum. We need more mana than this.
The bustling evil had dug into a dragon's nest.
Naturally, you only play as the Ultramarines, right? Campaign-wise, I mean. Since that they're regarded as the poster children of the Imperium. Well, that actually makes more sense since the clips I've seen. That's pretty much the case. So, stupid question, really. And Kay, why are you being so silent? It's unlike you.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
I need to get these boys and to eradicate some pests.
Just wait.
Yeah, there's a lot of people criticizing the game more than they are playing it. Those Space Marines too, which from what I've heard, they followed Total Biscuit's example from like the first Space Marine game, since he was quite valued of his opinion, and he knew exactly how a Warhammer game was to go by. What's more is, since his passing, it's why so many games have gone downhill in recent years, but I'm not going to talk about that. I'm glad that you're enjoying it, Saga, because I was a lot bit concerned about how your feelings towards the game if it was not like living up to any expectations. feels like a modern classic. Like a... Ah, whatever I'm doing, man. But are we like talking about... It looks kind of similar to Gears of War in terms of, you know, default camera angle and such. But like when you get into it, like an execution or anything, it goes to much more personal. NK, sorry I have not shown up to any of your streams. I'll do my best next time to attend the next one. I want to see how far you are with defeating Dark Souls. But knowing how good you are, you probably finished it already. And all you raiders, are you all doing well?
My grandmother could build this base faster and protect it better than you.
And all you raiders, hope you're doing well as well. And if you got a raid and run, that's fine. I'm just glad that you guys could at least join in the raid. Was not expecting this at all, so thank you. Need to make monsters. Yeah, as you can see, I'm playing Dungeons 3. It's kind of like Dungeon Keeper, if any of you remember that.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
But more humor and a lot more modern twists to it. Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Taga. I appreciate the lurk. Anybody else who wishes to just lurk around, you're free to. I mean, you can. I can't stop you. So I'm gonna make a... Holy damn. I haven't been swamped by this many artists on Twitter in ages. I was just mentioning the other day how I haven't been bothered by one for such a long time. I had to open my big mouth. Oh, and just if I didn't mention it before, Raiders, I'm turning into a variety streamer. I play all sorts of games, RTSs, first-person shooters, RPGs, plenty of games. seems to be the most popular game of the ones I'm playing at the moment is Dragon Age Inquisition, and I do play once human, twice a week, which is on a Wednesday and Saturday. If you are ever interested in checking that out, then feel free to follow or check me out whenever you can. Right. Need to increase the amount of snots. That's what these little workers are called, by the way. They're called snots. Need to put down a treasury here so they don't have to walk so far. And you figure that they're so small they would be fast, but nah. Not these guys. Okay. How many do we have? Not enough to go gallivanting.
Payday.
Isn't that palisade finished yet? Get a move on, you lazy goddamn slackers!
What is stopping them? Oh yeah, it's a population problem. Just one more for these guys, so we'll just wait until we have enough cash. I was gonna play some Overwatch yesterday. Well, not yesterday, but
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
have they? Okay. Sorry, I'm getting a lot of messages and just trying to balance between replying and playing. So please bear with me. Should have enough to finish these guys. Great. And these ones. Okay, we won't get any more soldiers until we have conquered a good place, as it's called.
Who do you want killed?
See which one is the closest. Technically this one.
Steel Smith wasn't built in a day, but if you lame asses had been there, the entrance gate still wouldn't be finished!
Shoot him.
Casually I will, well, not casually, it's become like scarce thing nowadays. I will collab with Master Corgi and the Little Guppy in online games such as Red Dead Redemption and Ark and whatever else they wish to participate in. It's been a little dry recently because real life priorities.
No! I'll I'll be back.
Yeah, that was my fault. A lot of it requires evilness to. There goes the last boy. Okay, my mistake was that I didn't focus on the. Yeah, I didn't focus on the good places. So let's try again, but this time we'll go after the good places.
I want Tanos's.
Right. Need to bring forth a Naga soon.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Really? Just finish that one and then hit back to us.
It's payday. The dungeon heart is being attacked.
Ouch!
I guess the DLC I was playing with earlier was not meant for newcomers as such. Gather up. Or should let them sleep a little bit. Yeah, let's let them sleep a little bit. We're gonna need to. No. Forget that. They need to go out now and capture that good place, or else we're never gonna earn enough evil to take it on.
Evil will triumph. Not gonna get up.
Here we go. Now we'll earn some evilness, which means you guys can return to the dungeon. Get some more friends. See. Can I take this? Put it on here? Nah. Not enough chickens. How evil of me. Which is good, because I'm trying to be evil. Gotta try and find a, yes. Let's bring in Naga into the mix.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
What are you two doing here? Get back. You know, I was on another streamer's stream earlier today. Name goes as
Heyday.
Red Gambit. She was talking about how the 40k Warhammer universe and its games are under fire by people who find it so damn offensive.
Fills me.
One of the things that they mentioned, that she was mentioned, is that yes, from a politically correct standpoint, it is an offensive game because of its levels of extremism. Extremism. I think that's how you say it. Sorry, not good with words. Just how, you know, they are extreme with their beliefs in the 40k Warhammer, and she says, yes, that should be normal because the 40k Warhammer universe is something that probably can happen if we were to ever Well, at least in terms of how grim and dark it is. That kind of thing can maybe not as glorious as like getting like so many implants in you that you don't even know which part of you is human anymore, or which part of you is yours and what is what.
Stronger!
And I replied, it's the same as when people want to tear down like statues of tyrants and such. Instead of trying to tear it down, why don't you just put it in a museum, right?
Spiders have spread throughout the underground.
Put it in a museum so that future generations can learn from the mistakes of the past, so they were not doomed to repeat it.
And stay down! Take that, you worm!
No nation or country or whatever should ever be ashamed of its past so much that they try to bury its very existence.
My grandmother could build this base faster and protect it better than you.
Almost close to. Need to make more Nagas. They're basically the support units of this whole outfit, and expand the hideout. Speaking of hideout, the longest, the one Discord server that I've been part of over a year, which is the longest I've been part of the Discord server, is shutting down. Thankfully,
There are enemies in your dungeon.
all the friends I made there have decided that they will make another server for those who want to stay in contact. Albeit I haven't really been in much activity in that server or with them, so I need to make up for lost time. Yeah, I think we're gonna now safe to go attack another good place. It's called.
What's up?
Let's try again.
Steelsmith wasn't built in a day, but if you lame asses had been there, the entrance gate still wouldn't be finished!
Payday.
Realistically, if we try to live in a world where there was like no offensive material, been displayed in front of us, such as, I don't know, provocative messages or anything of that kind, or like propaganda or anything like that, how would we know what is it that we are against, what we don't like, what if is something we'd rather avoid? Another good place is Concord. Ah, goody, we have a diamond mine, which means treasury.
All right, you undead! Up you get! Fight for me and regain your honor! I am Isildur's heir!
Oh,
I mean, the deathly pale evil's messenger. Fight for me, and I will consider your oath fulfilled. An oath that you never swore! Excuse me, I seem to have mixed a few things up.
Splendid speech. But good enough for the mindless hordes buried here, who excitedly signaled their approval, even if it was with nothing more than a moaned brains. And so, the Walking Dead arose to serve the abominable evil. And of course, his eloquent envoy with the split personality.
Hey! I can't hear you!
I certainly hope so. I don't want to just waste my insults.
We'll talk later.
That's what makes this game so good.
Destroy the living.
It's the quips and the references.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
Really at this time? Is there any? Yeah, there is. Let's go that one, that one, that one, that one. Yeah. Hopefully they'll fight them off now. They've only been kept alive because of the support. Actually, they should head back to the dungeon so they can heal. Not a lot left. Maybe after this one last squalor. Nice. What is next? Yeah, we should get a Tinker's Cave going so that we have someone to make us the traps we need.
Payday.
I just need to heal up. They'll be fine.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Of course they did.
Hey!
Natalia can handle them.
Hey!
Jeez, that one elf was nearly going to finish her.
If you worked any slower, you'd be going backwards!
I am invincible!
Everybody's being healed. What's going on?
Your little snots have uncovered a dragon's nest.
Somebody was mad.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Really?
Take that!
Don't. We're just gonna have to increase the chicken coops, won't we? Way to increase chickens. Right, I feel that they're ready now to take on the next task at hand. Yeah, we'll go this way.
I knew you'd need me.
Nice cocky kid. Don't get shooty.
If you worked any slower, you'd be going backwards!
Another spot conquered. Oh, brother.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Right, we're gonna have to start making traps. Did I make a Tinkerer's Cave yet? No, I didn't. Okay.
It's payday.
I don't need one that big. Anything bigger is kind of a waste. And need to fill up some bellies with good gobblers. This game does the Legend of Zelda. Envies. Hello. How you doing? This is Dungeons 3. This is kind of like Dungeon Keeper. If you've ever played that game. You are an overlord and you have to try and conquer this place. Yes. Actually, Envy, I'm glad that you're here. I wanted to bring something to your attention. And it's about... I find it very cool. I find it awesome, actually, but it's also funny because they use references. References to other media and other games, and yeah.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Jeez, they're coming in out of the woodwork, aren't they? Anyway, Envy, I noticed that when I tried talking to you during your streams, I'm limited because haven't been following you for 3 months. And there have been numerous times when I wanted to say hi. Yes, but if it's because you were encountered by maybe a bot or maybe somebody was harassing or caused trouble in your stream, then I understand. And I'm prepared to wait for the 3 months for it to occur. Because I know how frustrating it can be to deal with people who cause trouble and they haven't been there for so long. Why is he enraged? So you're saying that this thing is not, I didn't know, sorry. Yeah, I had, but I can't fix it. If, okay, well, I wanted to mention it to bring it up and wonder what was well, to find out what was the idea behind that. But if you've had issues and this is to counteract those issues, then it's fine. I totally understand. You need to keep your chats safe. I was no problem. I just wanted to bring it to your attention and like find out what
Enemies
was
have
the issue.
entered the dungeon.
But if yeah, and maybe if I did something or something to anger you, but we all it happens from time to time when we think we turn something off during the streams. But yeah, it takes an outsider's perspective or point of view to pinpoint what has or has not been altered. But at first I thought I made you mad and you kind of like blocked me or something. That's silly. Why would you? What have I done? You would have made it clear if I did anything to offend or make you mad. Is everybody happy? Are you getting enough gobblers? I hope so. Oh, damn. There we go. We've reached maximum people. No, of course not. You're too nice. Well, I'm glad that there's no issue. But yeah, it's up to you when to change it if you wish. They are coming.
There are enemies in your dungeon. Payday.
I'm glad that you think so, Envy. Yeah, be right back. Okay, take your time. But again, it's still your streaming. I mean, you can choose who you want on. Right. Let's make 2 of these.
Evil energy grows stronger!
So for now, we can head off again.
Evil! Whoa! Everything good must.
That goes for everybody, eh? Everybody here who's present. If I ever do offend you guys, or if I ever hurt you in any way, please let me know so that I can immediately try to repair whatever damage I've caused. Sometimes I can be forgetful of myself. Let's go wake up the next skeleton. The skelly of the ton variety. Guppy! Guppy's here, finally. Hi, Guppy. How you doing?
Isn't that
Hope you're
palace
doing well
finished
today.
yet? Get a move on, you lazy goddamn slackers.
And I know it's a bit late, but I hope you slept well.
He's not gonna get up. More undead joined the monstrous evil,
Jasper,
and with
jeez.
a spirited, if moaned, praise, staggered off towards the human defenders, the glorious...
Hey, that's my text. You don't even appear in this dialogue at all.
Your problem for taking such a long ciggy break. I'll take over your job in the long run. That's something we can both agree on.
Are your two personalities conspiring against me? Huh. As a narrator, I am unsurpassed. If you heard the stories I tell in the bar on weekends, forget about that. Additional undead have been secured for the insidious evil. Suddenly, a few dissatisfied bears appeared directly in front of Talia. Exactly.
Well, I'm sorry
Bears.
for
And
Jasper
they attacked.
ruining your evening.
This had nothing to do with a certain narrator's injured pride, but made total sense within the
jeez.
framework of the story. The Walking Dead set out to destroy all living things. All good living things, of course.
Just took it slow this morning. I'm glad you took it slow. It's important to take things slow from time to time. They're murdering my heart!
Your dungeon heart is under attack.
Got more work done on that art piece I was working on last night. If you want to see it, I'd love to see it if you wish to show.
And stay down!
So yes, please, you may. Wow. Damn. That is intense. The green adds to the eerie of the situation, or the most certain dread of the situation. Yeah, the green makes it
It's payday.
I don't know, it's just something about the green color, it like fits the xenomorph so well. Like most people think, oh, xenomorph blue, oh, xenomorph purple, xenomorph this or whatever. But green fits it much better in my opinion because, you know, if it's acid blood. So its acid blood is yellow. Still. I like it. I like it. That's what I'm trying to say. It's a great art piece. My question is, how did you land up in that situation? You're a mermaid. You don't belong in space. How did you get up there? Oh. I hope the rest of your day goes very well for you, Guppy. I know that it has been a rough several days for you. So, you have my best wishes. Just improving Talia is the only thing. We have enough soldiers and such. You're welcome, Guppy. I mean, yeah. But it's also lovely to have you back. Though know that I do know that you needed time away, but I still missed you a lot. My beloved moderator has returned. Though of course you're more than just a moderator to me.
There are enemies in
Let's
your
make
dungeon.
that very clear. You're more than a moderator. You're my bestie.
Take that!
Oh, also, Guppy, I'm glad that you're here. I have managed to get back on Western Scars. I'm back on Western Scars. And yeah, Donald Hudson is still there. It's like he never left.
Oh, I'd love to work with professionals. Just once.
Yeah. I was surprised as well that he was still there, but did have a little minor issue, but it didn't take too long to fix it. Mostly on my end, that was the issue. Okay, fellas. It's time to build some traps. What is this? Rolling stone? Yes, so I will be joining you next week, Wednesday, for that collab. Okay. We're gonna try again.
Hey, keep
Well,
your hands to yourself.
hopefully no douche wang heroes come this way.
Time to take out the trash.
I will practice a bit more with my character Donald Hudson.
The Walking Dead set out to destroy all living things, all good living things, of
Just
course.
to play around a bit more with them, to get more familiar and such. Or to give that Jasper of yours place of
And
his own to
zombies rose from their graves.
This power, it's so incredibly strong.
Huh? Can any of you still hear me? Guppy, can you hear me?
It's payday.
Even more undead. Yes, walk my mindless hordes and destroy the living. Do you always have to be so evil? Ugh. Is that a trick question? Naturally! Who, if not me?
And even more undead marched against the human defenses in the glamorous evil's name. They didn't stand a chance. But suddenly, and this had nothing to do with the protagonist's previous insults, evil bears once again appeared to attack Talia.
it's all right, okay? You can keep your job. I'm sorry.
Almost miraculously, a bolt of lightning hit the bears and killed them on the spot. Amazing. But of course, it all made sense within the greater framework of this story. And again, the brain-hungry zombies rose against the human defenses.
Oh, rather, we need to get back.
Steel Smith wasn't built in a day, but if you lame asses had been there, the entrance gate still wouldn't be finished! What are you doing, you deadbeats? Are you seriously going to let a few old corpses get the better of you? Take care of this vermin before I kick your asses so hard you fly all the way to Stormbreeze, where you can tell Thanos personally what a bunch of goddamn cowards you really are.
Fighters, I mean zombies, I mean undead, oh, whatever. Rise!
Newborn babies would work faster and cry less than you lazy dogs.
Your dungeon heart is under attack.
Yeah. It's my freaking OBS. So we need some more orcs in here, huh? So anybody that was perhaps watching, really? Yeah, my OBS just malfunctioned for a split second, and now. Uh, yeah. Are you kidding me? Well, yeah, I'm gonna save here. Yes, I'm gonna stop here for the evening because one, my stream was interrupted due to OBS malfunctioning. So I'm gonna call this a night in this stream. I thank everybody who has been here since the beginning. I'm sorry that the stream was interrupted. If OBS gets itself in order, I'll check you all tomorrow night. And such. It's die again. Katara, hi, listen, no. What do you mean did I die again? What do you mean? I'm not playing the same game. I finished V-Rising, if that's what you mean. Yes, OBS decided to have a brain fart, and I have, according to Twitch, at least, I have basically started a stream all over again. Uh, yeah, so, you know what? If that's the case, I think I'm just gonna end the stream right here. Because this bullhawkery shouldn't happen, especially on a advanced streaming software like OBS, but apparently it does. OBS has a tough time handling any high demanding games or software complications, or maybe it's just my machine in general. I'd love to kill that turkey, Katara. Trust me, I'd love to, but you keep my wits about me on this matter. Anyway, Katara, I'm glad that you could attend the stream, but kind of bad timing considering it's scuffed out. So anyway, I hope everyone does well. Take care of yourselves. Good to see you, Zoe. It's good to see you too, Guppy. I'm glad that you're back, and I do hope that you do a lot better the coming days. So I will see you guys tomorrow night around the same time, same place, of course. Take care. No, nothing. I'm just being Murder Kitty. Well, that's normal Kitty then. Anyway, thank you all for coming, all that stayed, all that were here, and thank you as well, Guppy and Katara, for joining. I'll see you all tomorrow. Take care, stay safe, and as usual, God bless you all.